Thought I'd turn this on just a few minutes earlier, just in case they actually start on time. I have an unwanted visitor in here. Well, she doesn't want to be the visitor. My cat's in here. So you may hear her meowing, but I'm keeping her in here for now. So we are now up to 6 or 7 people that have testified that they have not seen Monica cry throughout this whole process. Like all the police officers who have showed up for all of these things to tell her he died. Yesterday, even when she was finding out Baker, she sounded devastated. She didn't have any tears. Every single person is pointing it out, and that's a problem. I just hope no more life insurance talk today. I think we have like a solid 3 days of that. It's been very repetitive. So I've started the process of getting all of the videos downloaded for the twin sleepwalking murder. If you're on with me from my other live, just a little bit ago, I was talking about how now that Zachary Hughes' trial is done, we need something else for the morning until this trial starts. And I'm going to put the sleepwalking twin murder up in the mornings. But the way that they're doing it is with clips. They're not doing like an all day, every day. Like this is day 1 and it's all 7 hours. They're doing it by short clips. So I'm going to collect all the short clips from every day and put them as one so we can actually watch them all together and not miss anything. But I haven't read too much about it, but this is an interesting one, and I'm curious to know if any of you have heard of it or have started watching it. I already have an opinion, but I'm trying to not be biased and just see what is actually being said and then form an opinion. Port TV has this ad up for a live that they're going to be doing in a couple days. maybe today, that says Stephen Stearns hiding from the public. I'm like, no, he is in jail. You know who is hiding out, though? Jennifer Soto. Jennifer Soto is hiding out somewhere. And I had, for my New Year's prediction, I said that she's one of them that will be arrested. And it has not happened yet, but I am waiting. They're a few minutes late. Nothing to panic about yet. I think more days than not they kept starting at 1 o'clock, not 12:30. We were discussing in the chat yesterday with people wondering, will the state or defense call Robert Baker? And I do think the defense is the one calling him. I'm just holding out hope that he's gonna flip on her. Probably not, but we'll see. So I'm not going to make the big formal announcement because I don't want to jinx myself. But I did and I do have an interview this weekend with somebody. I'm not going to say anything else because if for some reason it gets pushed, I don't want people to be sad that it's not out yet. But I think you guys will be happy with who it is. And I think we all will find it really interesting. It just changed it. 1 o'clock. 20 minutes. There. So people are not surprised if they click in here and I'm not doing anything and there's no video. 1 o'clock. 7 minutes if they go with the new start time.
being withdrawn from the account.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you some specific questions then. Showing the first bank account, and basically what I'm asking you is, overall, were you able to determine that Baker was funding or sharing money with a Christopher Austin?
Yes.
Affectionately.
Oh,
No, it's allowed.
Okay, and that's what my line of question will go towards, just to give you an idea where we're going.
Okay.
So, if I may mark an 11-page document, the title page is Robert Baker. It's a financial accounting of all charges in different various bank accounts. And it's 11 pages collectively. If I may mark it as People's 186.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you the account ending in, this is pages 1 through,
okay.
which account of Baker's is this?
This is what's his first account.
Okay, and what does this show you?
This shows that on January 6th, 2016, there was a $25 withdrawal from this account, and it was actually transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
What is the significance of this transferring of the account ending in 7968?
That's the opening deposit for the third account ending in 7968.
Okay, so was that account then opened in January 6th of 2018?
Yes.
I'm going to jump to, try to make this not too confusing here. I'm going to jump to page 8. Here's the account ending in 7968. There's this 1/6/2016. So basically, that's when an account was opened.
Yes.
And are we calling? What are we calling this? A third, second? What
Third. Sorry, the third.
Third
based
account?
on my analysis. Yes.
Okay. So he has this main account. He opened a new account, and he started it January 6th, 2016.
Yes.
This account, does this ultimately end up being an account that's used by Austin? And we'll get to that, but just for reference.
Well, there were money being withdrawn from Alaska from this account.
Which is where Chris
Which
Austin
was,
is.
yes.
All right, let me go back then. All right, turning to page 2. Actually, back of this. The back of page 1, I should say. You have a chart that you highlighted, 1/25/2016.
Yes. There was $300 that was transferred to the third account ending in 76. Sorry. And in 7968.
That was on 1/25/2016, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Bring up page 8 again. We have the 120. I'm not going to go through all these, but 1/25/2016 to $300. What was the significance of that?
So, basically, that was being funded, and then on the same day, $303 was withdrawal from Alaska.
All right. So, can you explain how it was withdrawn from Alaska?
It looks like that this person had a card ending in 1311, and it was through an ATM.
So, just to be clear, I know I'm going to get confusing, but Baker took money from $300 from one account, transferred it to his other account, Baker's other account, correct?
Yes.
And then in Alaska, there was a withdrawal for that same amount.
Yes.
And is that,
Well, there was a fee. Obviously, 303. It's the $3 probably is a fee.
okay, minus the fee, right? Yeah.
Yes.
And then at some point, did you see that money then deposited into Chris Austin's account?
Let me see a minute. I think.
Let me put up.
Okay.
Sorry, can we get a better answer to those?
Oh. You have an answer?
Oh, yes, I can see that. I mean, not the whole amount was deposited. There was some cash that was deposited into this account.
Okay.
Thank you.
I know this is a lot of numbers. And this is Chris Austin's account right here that you analyzed as well?
Yes.
Okay, and there's a highlighted portion right here. What is that?
So on January 25th, 2016, it showed a deposit of $60. And then, of course, I had a notation where 300 account ending in 7968 on the same date.
Okay, so in simple terms is Baker's funding another account that Austin appears to have the ability to withdraw from in Alaska.
Yes.
Okay. And that was in the January timeframe that was happening.
Actually, it happened January 2016.
Right.
Yes.
Sorry, I should have been clear on that. But then it continues to happen closer to the date of the murder, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I'll go to that to make it a little clearer. Let's go to this is page 2 of 186. July of 2016, you highlighted that section as well. And that was 6 months then before the murder of Fabio, when you just testified to you saw in Las Vegas as well as the defendant.
Yes.
So was there activity again on Baker's account that ended up funding for Christopher Austin?
Yes.
Can you explain that?
So on July 25th, 2016, there were 2 transfers, one for $130 and one for $100, and they were both transferred to Baker's third account ending in 7968.
Okay, and that's reflected on the 7968 account, correct?
Yes.
Which is People's 8. That the 130 and the 100, correct?
Yes.
And then did that money get withdrawn in Alaska?
Yes.
And
yes. I mean, well, basically it was used to purchase a plane ticket from Alaska Air, but it's the same using the card ending in 1311.
and can you just explain that what you just said?
Oh, sorry.
Rather than showing you all these graphs, it's easier if you explain it.
Okay, so basically it looked like on July 28th, there were 2 charges to Alaska Airlines. But they were done with the card ending in 1311, which was the same card number that was used to withdraw money from that account.
So again, Baker took money from his first account, put it in this other account. It appears as though it was withdrawn in Alaska,
Yes.
and a ticket was bought for Christopher Austin to Los Angeles.
I don't know that. I didn't see the supporting document.
So what do you know?
All I know is that there were tickets purchased from Alaska Airlines
Okay.
using that card that was the one that was being used in Alaska.
It was withdrawn in Alaska and airline tickets were bought.
Yeah.
Okay. And then let's move to page 3 then. And this is again Baker's main account. We've got the 1/12/2017. You've got a couple things highlighted. What is that?
Yes, so on January 12, 2017, $380 was transferred to the Baker account ending in 7968. Then on January 23rd, 2017, $120 was withdrawn in cash.
From where?
Sorry, I don't have the detail on here as to where.
Do you need me to put up another?
Yes.
Which one?
I think the detail on
the 7968 account?
yeah,
or
let's
the
try
other?
that. Yeah, 7968, please. So no, I don't have it on here either. Maybe. Okay, can we go back to the last sheet? Yes. Oh, I see. If you look at, there was one schedule, it's just a bank statement that I had.
A bank statement.
Yes.
Is it this last page? No.
No, it should be the third page.
Okay, first.
Oh. Oh, correct. Oh, no. I think you had it. May I refer to my notes?
That'd be great.
please? Okay, so it was the $120 withdrawal at Victoria Boulevard, Reseda, California.
Okay, what is that in reference to?
That's the location where the withdrawal was done.
And that's on okay, I was talking about specifically 1/12,
Yes.
2017, there's a $380, right?
Yes.
And then below that was the 120. So what was,
Correct.
let's start with the 380, what was that?
That was just a transfer to the Baker account ending in 7968.
And then what happened to that money?
May I see the detail for 7968? Yes. So you can see on January 12, 2017,
Right.
303 was withdrawn from the account in Alaska using the same part number 1311.
Okay. And then, do you know what that money was, coincides with buying airline tickets again?
Let me see.
Let me help you out here. Chris Austin's account.
Okay, yes, on January 17, yeah, if you show Christopher Austin's account,
Right.
page 14 and 19.
This is our page 13.
Yes. Oh, okay, sorry. So on January 17, 2017, there were two charges to Alaska Airlines, one for $179.30 and one for $180.80.
Okay. Overall is on the July of 2016 as well as the January 2017. Baker moved money from one account to another account that he had, and that account, the money was withdrawn in Alaska, which would presumably mean somebody has an ATM up there that can withdraw the money.
Has a card, yes.
And then that money is shown in Christopher Austin's account purchasing airline tickets.
Yes,
So it appears as though Baker's funding these airline tickets.
yes.
Okay. It's a lot of numbers to get through that, right? All right. And then the last topic I wanted to ask you about is, did you also look at were you asked recently to look at some value of stock options back in 2017 that were part of Fabio Sementilli's benefits?
Yes,
Okay. So can you explain what you did or what you're asked to do?
yes.
Go ahead.
So what I did was I was provided with a P&G letter to the estate attorneys, and it showed. Did you have the source?
Remember, it's People's 187. It's a 4-page document with the P&G logo on it regarding stock options.
Very good.
Okay, so in the bottom.
All right?
Okay.
And this is a document from P&G to the estate attorneys, correct?
Yes.
And then you communicated with the estate attorneys as well, who handled the probate.
Yes.
All right, and I'm going to zoom in at the bottom part, and if you could just explain what that is.
So this showed that there were 3 sets of stock options. The grant dates were February 28, 2014, February 27, 2015, February 2019. And they were all vested the day that he passed, on January 23rd, 2017.
Are you able to explain what vested means?
That means that they're eligible now for the stock, to be able to exercise the stock option.
And are you familiar with stock options?
Somewhat.
To the point of, can you give just a general idea of what this means, what a stock option is?
Yeah, just basically it's sort of an incentive to provide to your employees. You know, sometimes you don't choose to pay them as much in salary, so you provide them with stock option, and then that keeps them in the company, and then eventually you could cash that in for cash.
And you say it's an incentive. It's a bonus to an employee.
Yes.
You give them an option, but they're not paying anything when they get the options. They just get a fixed price on a number for stock for the future if they want to end up exercising it, meaning cash it in, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but they don't pay anything up front.
No.
All right. So these stock options, when they say that they vest, that in this particular case, when Fabio died, that meant the stock options he'd been given were available to, for lack of better words, cash in.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, go on.
Okay, so, and then there are certain expiration dates. So like for the stock option that was granted in 2014, it was going to expire in 10 years, obviously in February 28, 2024. And it's the same for the other two sets of stock options.
Okay.
So that's the information I extract from here was the number of outstanding stock option that was granted and when it was vested.
Okay, and you have no knowledge. So then what did you do after that?
Then I look at what was sent to me on the actual exercising of the stock option, and that took place in February of 2024.
And this is page 3. And that's from the probate attorneys? Is
Yeah.
that correct?
Yes.
Now it says 3/5/23. Is that correct? You said 2024.
No, it was a typo. I confirmed with him it was 2024.
All right. To just be clear, Fabio had these outstanding stock options. They were able to be exercised or cashed in, but they weren't right away, right?
No.
They weren't until 2024.
Yes.
So what we want to know then is we have the value that we were given from the probate in 2024 being $935,814.43. But we want to know that were you able to determine the value of these stock options? Had they been able, we heard testimony that they were held, but if they were cashed in 2017?
Yes, with one estimate that I had to make.
And can you walk us through the estimate that you did?
Okay, so what I did was, could you show the
Page 4. Did you create page 4?
Yes.
All right.
So the bottom schedule, it just shows how it's exactly the same thing as the chart that you previously showed. And what I wanted to know was what was the option cost. That's one thing that I couldn't figure out, how it was calculated.
What do you mean when you say option cost?
Well, basically, what they do is they'll take the gross value of the stock option at exercise date, and then there's an option cost that sort of like discount what it needs to be for these stocks. So they're not gonna the person who's exercising the stock option is not gonna get the full value of the gross value. They're gonna get the net value of that stock option.
If I were to give you an example, we don't know what it was, but if Fabio was offered 100 shares of stock at $100, okay? As it goes up, the stock goes up, and now it's $150. You just get the profit for what he was offered at 100. He only gets the profit at $50, right?
Yes.
So that's what you're talking about.
Yes.
So when you say the stock option cost, that's the number that they gave it to him at when you get anything above this number.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I did was I did a percentage. So I divided this option cost into the gross value at exercise date. So the stock that was granted in 2014 came to be 50% and 50.17%. The stock option that was granted in 2015 came to 54.3%. Then the stock that was granted in 2016 came to 51.21%. So then what I did was I Googled what the historical value. So Google Finance was able to provide me with what the value at closing day on January 23rd, 2017.
And what
that-
was the value then, and it's an estimate, but the estimated value, had all three of those series of stock options been exercised, what was the gain?
It would have been, the gross value would have been $1,080,478.
Okay, but what's the gain of the money that the defendant could have received
Yes.
had she been able to exercise those?
So conservatively, I used the highest percentage of the offset, which was 54.3%. So that came to $493,778.45.
And when you're saying you use the highest percentage, why?
Because then it would bring the value lower.
So this is a conservative estimate at $493,000.
Correct.
Okay. It's complicated, and you're a certified forensic accountant, correct?
Yeah, it's a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
So-
So again, there's three series of options that were offered to Fabio in 2014, and they were valued at a certain amount, and then in 15 they were valued a different amount, and 16 are valued a different amount.
Yes,
You took the most conservative number of the value to estimate that in 2017, to the best of your estimation, they would have been, the gain, the net money that she would have received would have been around $493,778.
yes,
And in 2014, when they were actually exercised, meaning turned in, the gain was $935,840.
2024,
2024, yes.
yes.
Okay, thank you. I have no more questions.
May cross.
Thank you, Honor. Hello, Ms. No.
Hi.
So like saying you know a lot, right?
Mm,
So to avoid doing that. I'm a little curious on the options. An option is something that you purchase at a certain time, and they give you the stock at that price, correct?
the way I understand this, a stock option is being offered, you don't buy it.
Well, you buy the option. You're given the option, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You're given the option at a certain price.
Yes,
All right? And that price is usually the value of the stock at the time you get it, right?
yes,
Okay. So if you exercise the option at that time, if you got the stock at 20 and exercise it at 20, you make no profit,
correct,
correct? And if you wait to cash it in or exercise it, you are gambling as to whether or not the stock is going to go up or down, correct? Is that right?
yes,
That's out loud. So if you get the option at 30 and you exercise it, the stock is 20, you've lost 10 points, correct?
yes,
You're going to owe money.
yes.
So you're not going to get that, exercise that option.
I'm going to object on the owe money.
Well, I understand what you're saying. However, the witness did answer it. You can clarify and redirect.
I would just let it expire, not exercise.
Right. Why would you take a stock at 20 that's worth $10, correct? Okay. Or you wait to see if the stock is going to go up, and that's the gamble, correct?
Correct,
Okay. So Procter & Gamble, or Wella, allowed Fabio Sementilli on 3 different occasions to, gave him options at a certain price, correct?
yes,
One was in 2015, one was 2016, and one was
14,
14. Okay.
Wait,
14, 15, and 16.
yes,
Okay. And you know the price or the value of the stock at that time. You know what the option that he was given at what value. You know what it is.
yes.
Okay. So
well,
the value would, I'm sorry.
objection on vague.
That's overruled.
Well, objection on speculation that she knows.
Well, do you know the option price that Fabio Sementilli was given? In
Yeah,
2000?
now in retrospect, yes, and I think it's part of one of the schedule that I used, that it was on there. And it was the closing price of the date that the stock was granted, the stock option was granted.
Okay, so you know that the value on that date that he got the option, what the stock was worth.
Yes,
Okay. And then on that date, if he cashed it in, he'd break even, right?
Yes.
Okay. What was the value of the option in 2014?
May I see the P&G? Or you could just move it up. Yeah, so these are the granted prices.
You're looking at Exhibit 187, it looks like, at the bottom here.
So, I'm sorry, your question was, what date were you
Well,
interested in?
In 2014, the granting date was 2/28/2014, is that right?
Yes,
And the granting price was $78, correct?
yes,
Is that right?
yes.
2015, it was worth $85, and in 2016, it was worth approximately $80, is that correct?
Yes,
Now, in 2000, Fabio Sementilli died on 1/23/17, is that correct?
yes.
So the grant price of $80, you're not saying that he was given the option on the day he died, are you?
I'm sorry, can you,
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong date. All right, so he was granted the option that on 2/29/2016 was the granting date, the grant price was $80, correct?
yes.
What was the value of that stock on 1/23/17?
I believe it was 86, sorry. May I see the schedule that I created? Oh, here we go. It's 8696.
So the stock that he was granted in 2016, on the day of his death, it went up 6 points, is that correct?
Yes,
All right. So if it had been exercised on that date, what would the profit have been? 6 points, right?
yes.
And what was the stock worth on that date?
8696.
So what would his profit have been?
It would have been 36,000, maybe?
How many shares was he granted?
4299.
4,299?
Yes,
Okay. So the profit was 36,000, is that correct?
approximately.
If it had been exercised on 1/23/17, the day of his death, right?
Yes,
Okay. The stock option that was issued in 2015, the granting price was $85,
yes,
correct? Is that right?
yes.
And again, the value of that stock on the day of his death was the same amount you just gave us, 80 what?
8696.
So it went up 1 point.
Yes,
So if he had exercised, or someone had exercised that option on 2017, the day of his death, he would have made a profit on one share of the stock, correct?
yes.
What was the value of that stock on that day?
I don't know, approximately 4,000-ish?
One share was worth 4,000.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I mean, $1.86.
All right, so you'd add that to the previous amount we talked about was 42,000, you said? 30. The amount we just said on the previous option, you said he would have made a profit of 40 something.
No, I would think that it would be 86.96 less $80.29, and then multiply by the outstanding stock.
Outstanding shares.
Yes,
So on the $1 profit, what would his profit have been? How many shares would he?
it has 47. Sorry,
47,
42.47.
$4,247.
Yes,
And the stock that he was granted in 2014, the granting price was $78, correct?
yes.
How many shares was he given?
78.79. Sorry,
3,897 shares?
79. You said 97.
I'm sorry. And the stock was the same price on the day of his death, was 80 what?
86.96.
So what was the profit there? How many shares, how many points
It's like
did it go up?
$8. Around $8.
All right, and how many shares was he again granted?
38.79.
So 8 times 38.79 is what? About
32?
32,000, right?
Yes.
So the three amounts that would have been gained if all three options had been exercised on 2017, you said was $493,000?
Well, that was because bear in mind that the estimate. I mean, that was one thing I couldn't quite determine.
Well,
All
right.
Yes. No. Okay.
It seems to me, and I'm not an accountant, that if you know how many shares he was given in an option, and you know the price of the stock at the time he was given that option, and you know the price of the stock when it vested and you exercise the option,
Okay.
it's the difference in the price times the amount of shares,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Where does conservative or not conservative come in? Can't you get the exact amount by looking at those numbers?
Yes. In retrospect, now, yes, I see it.
Okay, and the total amount that he would have, or someone would have gained would be somewhere around $72,000. Is that right?
Roughly, I guess.
Okay. So this figure of 493,000, which you said was conservative, that was way off.
Yes.
Okay,
I
that's okay.
I
just want to
realize
get
that.
the two figures here. So assuming that Monica Sementilli or someone else had exercised these three options on the date of 1/23/2017, the date of Fabio Sementilli's death, there would have been a profit of about $72,000.
okay.
Is that right?
I didn't calculate off the top of my head.
Well, we just did it though.
Okay.
Okay. They were not exercised on that date, were they?
No.
Do you know when they were eventually exercised?
Yes, in February of 2024.
And they were exercised not by Monica Sementilli or Luigi or anyone in the family. They were exercised by the estate attorneys, correct?
Because they were going to expire. The first set was going to expire in
Okay.
February 2024.
So they almost expired before they were exercised, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you know or not, but wasn't the estate notified by Procter & Gamble that if you don't exercise these options in a week or two, you're going to lose them?
I don't know.
Okay. But you do know that they were all exercised on the same date, or were they not?
Yes.
Thank you. This is another portion of that same exhibit. And we see the net cash, net fee, and it was,
It was a typo.
3/5/23. Are you saying it was actually 24?
It was 24.
Okay. So by 2024, 5 years after, or 7 years after the death of Fabio Sementilli, and 7 years after the arrest of Monica Sementilli, the estate exercised those options because they were going to lose them if they did. Right?
Yes. The first set anyway.
And the value at that time of those options was around $935,000, correct?
Yes.
Which is now sitting in the estate of Fabio Sementilli.
Yes.
Now, let me go back now to the investigation you did into the bank accounts of Robert Baker and Monica Sementilli. Who gave you your instructions as to what accounts you were to look at?
I was provided with a lot of bank accounts, and I looked at every one of them.
Okay. When you say a lot, can you summarize let me see if I can make it easy. Were you given the accounts of Monica and Fabio Sementilli?
Yes.
Okay. From what years were you given?
Okay, I had 8 bank account of Monica and Fabio, and also some of them with the children.
Okay.
Okay, and they were for the period of, it varied between September 15 through October 2018.
Okay, so September of 2015.
Yeah, they're not all inclusive. They're not, I mean, basically they cover all different periods, but that's around the ballpark. I mean, so the earliest date of bank records I had was September 2015, and then the last set was October 2018.
And how did you obtain those records?
They were provided to me by the DDA.
By Ms. Silverman and whoever was in charge at that time of the
Yes.
case? Okay. And those were the records that you used, correct?
Yes.
You didn't go out and ask for or obtain any other records?
No.
Okay. So when you were given those records, were those the complete records of all the years in between of each of those accounts? Do you know?
Yes.
They were?
Yes.
Okay. And did you know anything about the case at that time? What it was, what the charges were, what the theory was of the prosecution?
Not at first.
Okay. Well, what were you asked to look for in the beginning?
I was just asked to analyze the bank records to see what kind of activity took place in these bank accounts.
Well, there are hundreds of entries, right?
Yes.
So it was not narrowed down into looking at travel or names or locations or dates or anything like that?
Later on. But I analyzed everything in totality.
And you haven't told us everything you analyzed.
No.
Okay.
I mean,
So you looked at them to see, in general, what kind of records they were. Is that right?
yes.
And then at some point, were you given more specific instructions as to what you were looking for?
Yes.
And when was that? How long after you got the records?
I don't recall.
Okay. And who gave you those instructions?
DDA Silverman.
Okay. And what were those instructions?
I mean, well, I was asked to look at trips.
Trips out of Los Angeles?
Yes.
Okay. What else?
Sometimes, I mean, if they're looking for a specific date, location, and I would go back to the bank record and try to locate that information.
Like Las Vegas?
Las Vegas,
Myrtle Beach?
yes. And then I even something locally.
Did you look at all travel records or just those records relating to the locations that Ms. Silverman gave you?
Well, I look at all information within the bank statement. I didn't look at actual travel records.
I understand. But did you give us records relating to all the travel of Ms. Sementilli during that period of time?
They are part of my analysis.
But you didn't give us records analysis as when she traveled to Canada back and forth, did you?
It's noted in the bank records.
But right now, okay.
I didn't extract the information, but it was part of the bank records.
Okay, so if I asked you anything about their travel or wherever they went during those periods of time, you could tell me?
Yes.
But you'd have to look at the records.
Yes.
Okay. So today you were just asked about certain locations like Las Vegas and Myrtle Beach.
Yes.
Were you prepared ahead of time to answer questions about those records? You were told you were going to be asked about Myrtle Beach and Las Vegas and so forth?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you know how those records were obtained by the district attorney's office?
No.
Okay. Were you asked to, you mentioned Mr. Austin, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you given his name as well as someone they wanted to know if his name turned up in any of these records?
No. I think basically, as I was viewing the information, there were a lot of activity in Alaska, and I could see that money is being deposited in Baker's account locally in the valley, but then someone was withdrawing money in Alaska, and that seemed peculiar.
And I'm sorry if this is already asked, when did you do your analysis?
For,
What you testified to today?
over the last few years,
When did you start,
I don't recall.
and when did you end?
The last of my analysis was Austin's account, I think within, last year.
Okay, so when did you first start looking at these records? What year?
I don't recall.
You don't have any record of that? A year ago, 2 years, 3 years?
I'm sure, maybe 3 years, possibly?
At any time before a little while ago, were you asked to look for Mr. Austin's entries or name in any of these records?
No, only when I analyzed his bank records.
Okay, and that was just a little while ago?
Yes,
A few months ago?
yes.
Okay. But had you been asked to look at Mr. Austin's records dating back to 2017 or 16, you could have done that, right?
No, I mean, I can only look at what was provided to me.
But you had Baker's records dating back to what year?
I guess whenever I started,
No,
a
but-
few years back.
What year of his records, how far do they go back?
Oh, his bank records.
Yeah.
Let me see. The earliest I had is September 2015.
Okay. So Mr. Austin's name appears back even to 2015, isn't that right?
Austin's name?
Yeah, as getting funds or whatever from Mr. Baker or
Well,
ATMs?
I mean, my analysis does not indicate who the money was going to.
Well, when does Austin's name first appear, or his bank records first appear in your analysis?
I think just last year.
He was first given money last year?
No, his name finally came up last year for me.
And it came up in whose records?
I think it was a discussion between me and DDA Silverman.
Did they come up, the transactions, in Mr. Baker's records as well?
There are transactions being shown, but it did not. The bank record did not identify who was doing the withdrawal of the money.
It just showed Baker was sending money to Alaska. And
No,
other-
it just shows someone was withdrawing money in Alaska.
Okay, dating back to 2015, right?
I think 16 was the first, because that's when the account was opened, in
All right.
January 2016.
And did it show in Mr. Baker's records that there were travel expenditures in 2017?
Ooh, can you be a little more specific?
Well, what's the earliest after you were asked to look for Mr. Austin that you saw he was traveling? It appeared with funds supplied by Mr. Baker.
July
Of?
2016.
Okay. Before Mr. Sementilli's death.
Yes.
And had you been asked to identify Mr. Austin's travel or records or so forth, records you had, you could have identified him at any time if you were asked to look for it, right?
I didn't get the Austin bank records until last year.
But
So-
you had Baker's.
Yes, but Baker did not identify. I mean, it showed purchase at Alaska Airlines, but whom it was. I never saw the detail from Alaska
Okay.
as to who the tickets was.
Did it show purchases around January 23rd, 2017?
I think in January, in Austin's account, because I think we noted there was a transfer, withdrawal of money from Baker's account. And then for Austin, on January 17, there were two purchases of, for Alaska Airlines.
Well, how did you connect that eventually to Baker's account?
No, I mean, basically, I brought up the issue with DDA Silverman, and then they went from there.
Okay, but then you connected it to Baker, correct?
Well, I mean, all I know is there was activity between Baker and someone in Alaska.
You knew that from the time you first started looking at his records, correct?
No. I mean, well, when I first look at his, yes, I see the activities, but
You
I didn't
just-
know who was it for.
Did
Oh,
you?
with.
Okay, but did you tell the DA's office at that time you saw activity from Baker's account to somebody in Alaska?
I think we talked about it.
That you didn't know the name of Austin at that time?
No.
In all of these records, you saw in your records expenditures that were paid by Monica Sementilli in the travel to Las Vegas and to Myrtle Beach, correct?
Yes.
Okay. She appeared to pay for a larger amount of the activity than Mr. Baker did. Did you ever see any activity involving Monica Sementilli to Mr. Austin?
No.
Nothing.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further by the people?
Yes, just briefly, to clarify, I want to give you an opportunity to clarify or explain. On 180, People's 187, the last page, your calculation with your numbers, so we can have a clear understanding. Can you come up with like what you were doing here to get this number? Do you have a 54.30% under it?
Well, I mean, now in retrospect, I realized that I was incorrect.
Okay,
Okay.
what is that 54%? Like, what were you doing?
So I was trying to figure out what unfortunately, being a civil servant, I never owned stock options. So I didn't really fully understand. It was just recently that I started looking at it.
Right, recently.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's in the last week or so.
Okay.
Okay, so I've been reading and I tried to figure out what option cost was, and I didn't quite fully comprehend.
When you're saying what the option cost was, what do you mean by that? Like, you're trying to understand what
How that was calculated. So I'm sorry, I don't know the gentleman's name.
Mr. Levine.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Levine. So Mr. Levine pointed as he was explaining, it dawned on me how the difference.
Okay, but so, just so we're clear, we have clear information.
Yeah.
So that number then,
Yes.
when you use this 54%, what were you doing?
I thought I could, I mean, maybe that was the ratio between the option cost and the net, the value, the
Okay.
gross value. But in retrospect, it's because when I did this calculation a couple of days ago, P&G was at 166.
Okay.
So it's gone way up. So that the percentage is no longer reflective of that. So, now he explained to me, it's like, okay, now he did a good job in explaining to me, it's like, okay, it's the difference between what the value was the date of death
Okay.
versus the date that was granted.
All right, I just want to be clear so that you have an opportunity to explain it. Now, also with stock options, you don't have any, I know. The point of stock options, though, is when you give them in a company, you don't know how much it's going to go up. But the idea of it is it's an incentive because the belief, as Mr. Levine said, it's a gamble, but the gamble is in hopes that it's projected to go up, right?
Yes.
So the thought is that you're going to have some increase as the years progress with the company if it does well.
I'm going to object. There's no foundation.
Sustain.
Okay. For Christopher Austin, you didn't even have his name until recently when he was arrested, right?
I think a little bit before that, so
Okay.
last year sometime.
So last year you started with his name, but you weren't asked to actually follow up on anything with Austin as far as getting these financial records until we actually gave you a name.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
Can you tell us when last year you were first given the name of Austin?
I can't remember. Maybe mid-year, possibly.
You have no,
Um,
you have no record of that, of writing it down or anything?
No.
Thank you.
Anything further?
No.
Thank you, ma'am. You are excused.
Thank you.
Hey, call your next witness. This is also out of order.
No one's out of order. I think it's resuming with Detective.
Very good. Thank you.
Well, that was
I,
ridiculous.
We started later. I'd like to go another 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I thought he wasn't going to be in court line. I thought he wasn't going to be in court line. I'm talking about another case, don't worry.
So if you were listening through all of that, which was pretty painful, because a lot of it really doesn't
Inform
matter.
Counsel and the jury, we may be breaking early for lunch so I can handle another matter. Jacob Gable, please retake the stand. You're still under oath.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good, because it's almost that
And
time
we
that I have to
continue
leave.
the cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, you testified concerning
Wait,
the...
one moment.
Oh, was that from yesterday? Yeah. Oh, I have so many pairs. But I bought a new pair. Thank you. I don't think there's on mine.
I need one of those.
Oh, they are. Thank you. Two is better than one. One is none.
We share reading glasses for the entire staff. We're always looking for another pair.
Thank you, reminded me to get mine. At some point, you were testifying concerning the arrest of Monica Sementilli and Robert Baker, correct? You remember that?
I remember we discussed that, yes.
Right, and you testified concerning the recordings that were made and that could not be made of their activity in the patrol car after they were arrested, correct?
Correct, I remember, yeah.
All right. And part of that was played, I think, while you were on the stand to the jury of the two defendants at that time, two arrestees that were in the car, and the as good a verbal recording as you could get, correct?
Correct.
And I think you also indicated that what was being shown on the screen was a visual of the two arrestees at that time in the police car, correct?
Yes, the latter portion of it, yes.
But that there was no synchronizing of the sound to what the jury was viewing on the screen.
Correct.
So what you were hearing was not necessarily the same time as what you saw on the screen, correct?
Not at all, yeah.
Okay. And when you say not at all, what do you mean? Not even close?
Not even close, because when the recording that recording, the video that you were seeing was far toward the end of the recording. So when the recording started, that video was never captured.
So do you know why the video was shown at all?
I don't know why they decided to show it.
Okay. But what was played to the jury were snippets, or a truncated version of what you had recorded that day, correct?
I don't know.
Well-
I just know that it was later in the incident. I don't know if that clip was truncated or edited.
So when you were following through, you don't know whether it stopped at certain points and then began at other, or whether it was all contiguous?
Correct, I don't know.
Okay.
Because I was actually just reading the transcript and just glancing up at that.
Okay. Your Honor, per prior agreement, we would like to play the entire period of time during which the recording was made that the jury heard parts of yesterday.
Would you like to have that marked as 616?
Okay. And we have transcripts, which I assume you want to...
Well, let me, first.
Okay.
The recording marked as 616.
Okay.
CD, thank you. And the transcript is 617. Let me inquire as to the length of time.
43 minutes long.
Thank you. Now we'll take our morning. Yeah, Mr. Platt, see you back here in 15 minutes.
That was pretty funny. Okay, so they're on their morning break. Yeah, if you couldn't hear her, she was really just going over the stock options that Fabio had with the company and what they would have been worth if he would have cashed them in before he died, or with all that time, where were the stocks, 5 years later, just keeping tabs on it, because they could, obviously grow and be huge, or you could lose and owe money. So that's really what they were talking about. They did get into the fact of Baker was sending Chris Austin money, and she said she didn't realize that it was him until last year. They didn't provide a name for her. They just wanted her to look at the account. And she finally said, I want to know who it's for. And so she could dig in a little bit deeper. And that's what she did. But it was Chris Austin who helped Baker kill Fabio. The very ending of her time testifying, she confused like 4 different issues that she had been talking about this whole time. And the attorney was trying to get her to answer, and she was either not saying the right answer or misunderstanding. It took her about 5 minutes to recover and say, oh, yeah, all of this. But I don't know, I'll have to go back and rewatch myself melting down, because I realized what was going on. And I'm like, oh no, she's going to be on the chair for even longer. But they got it back, got it straightened out. She just confused the issue. So she's done. None of that was that important. Really, the important part of that is being able to hear that Baker was sending Chris money. All the other stuff is not that important. It kind of can get put in the category of the life insurance money. Yes, he had other ways that he could have been paid, or his family could have been paid with all these different things, which we already knew. So not that important, but I do think that them bringing in the different bank accounts and being shown that Baker was getting money and then he was doing this, because supposedly Baker didn't have like any money. I read that he didn't have money saved, didn't have anything like that. So that probably all came from Monica. But they didn't say today that it went from her account to his account. So I don't know. We'll see if they actually circle back around with that, or if it's not that important. I don't think it's that important, but we will see. They're taking their break. The judge said that there's something else with another case that he wants to deal with really quick. So mind you, this is supposed to be 15 minutes, but they have and do go over. Even today we started 45 minutes late-ish. So they might not be back for closer to 30 minutes instead of 15. Either way, it is time that I have to leave, but I will be back soon. And I'll get back on here. He talked about having an early lunch too, but then he had them go on break. So I don't know. Depending on what happens on this break, he may need an early lunch. So we'll find out together when I'm back. All right, I'm gonna mute myself, but I'll keep all this running and playing. And if there's anything that I missed that you think I need to know, please write it in the chat. All right, I'll be back.
Clearly, the defendants present, all counsel are present, jury, and also present. Detective Gable is still under oath. So you had a little longer break than usual. What happened is I had to go to another courtroom. As I'm in another courtroom, unbeknownst to me, Esther, who's in charge of the keeping time for the breaks, paused her clock. And then I get back, and she forgot to reset it. The only thing I can think of, and I don't understand soccer at all, but I guess this is stoppage time. In any event, at this time you may hand out the transcript. People strike that. Defense 617. And the same admonition applies to this transcript as all transcripts. Yes, thank you. Does everybody have a transcript? The answer is no. Negative response. They do.
It's feeling really, really high. Oh my God. We'll turn it on right now. Please close this thing. Close the damn camera, see? I can't breathe. Can you not come right now? All this took up the car was fixed. And showed you the car, showed you the work they did on the car. Can you get our attention? I can't breathe. Hey guys. Hello? Hey guys. No, I can't breathe. I need help. Put your face forward. Oh, man. Okay.
Oh, I will. I will. This is ridiculous.
And then, the deal itself, what the hell, man?
February 23, requesting clear frequency for cut 10 to 2.
10 to 2.
Unit stand by. February 43, go ahead, one number 1.
February 43, running right to Baker, Comstone, Joseph Robert, Comstone, address 6817, Canova Park, Railroad, Brown 5717, EB is 050262, Canada number 1.
24 Edward 43, Roger. Go ahead on number 10.
February 43, run number 2, west of Shilton, SEMENTILLI, first of Monica, Comstone, address 5012 Queen Victoria Road, over the hills, Tina White, Brown, 4, 25, DB 011072, Canada number 2.
24 Edward 43, 6 Charles indicated to final location.
Number 43, Roger Sugar 4, Custody, Oxford, and Winnipeg.
On that code 4 on code 6 Charles. 24 Edward 43, Winnipeg, on number 1, Robert Baker. Number 2, Monica Sementilli, wanted for 187 PDC, first degree murder, on the murder of Fabio Sementilli. Contact Valley, Bureau Homicide Detective Marshall, at 1-877-49550. What the fuck? What? What the fuck? Get me out of this car! What the fuck? What the fuck, man? Hold on. Fuck, man. What is going on? What the fuck? I have no idea what the fuck's going on there. This shit's fucking crazy. What is going on?
Ma'am,
Yes, I've heard everything. What is this?
there's a warrant for your arrest for murder.
Oh my gosh, I just talked to the detective this morning.
That came up, I gotta give him a phone.
Okay, what do you do?
We're gonna have to
it, but they don't. I hate these motherfuckers, man. They always fucking with people. That's why I don't like talking to these people. I don't like talking to them. I even told them. He's asking me a simple question, I'm not gonna say it. Because they always make shit up. You? Fucking you? That's insane. That's fucking insane.
We may have additional on your first co-pen subject, Elizabeth Baker. Can you verify the DOB one more time?
Roger, control 10 on one. Okay, DOB is going to be 05-02-1962. Okay. Is also showing with a felony warrant for 187 PG, first degree murder of Fabio Sementilli. Roger that, thank you.
Is it coming now? Is it coming now? Can we leave it open a little?
Hang on just a minute.
I can't breathe.
Immediately, okay? Get your attorney. Don't say it.
43, can I have a unit for transportation respond to Orchard when that's there for one?
That's what you don't say shit to nobody. They know they're immediate.
I'm going to report to the President Unit for Transportation, March 1, November 1.
have transported both together, so we have another unit coming right now.
Okay.
Okay, and then we're gonna follow up to the animals.
Okay, and the detective there?
I'll talk to him.
Okay, can you just, I can't breathe.
Okay,
Please.
just get a crack at it, okay?
Is there any other information you can give me?
I don't know. That's it. Sorry. Hey. Hey. Okay. There's no way out of this anytime soon. We should be prepared well.
I can't do anything yet.
What the fuck is wrong with this fucking bullshit? This is crazy. This is fucking nuts.
Is that what it says? Please, can you come here? Help! Oh, God.
We can fix another.
Please help! I can't do it.
They're not gonna care. They're not gonna care.
Help me! Oh, God. I can't get here. Help me! I can't breathe! Please! Help me! I can't breathe!
That means they're satisfied with 18 or the school. Whatever that is, I have no fucking clue what would be in their minds. Just keep your face over there.
to know what's going on right now. I can't breathe. I'm having a big problem back here. Help me. I can't breathe. Can you help me, please? I'm gonna throw up and sing in the air. Please help me get some air.
Put on the street something.
Oh my God. Please. No. Can you stand up, please? I'm gonna throw up. Please help me. Can you just stand with me? I'm gonna faint. Somebody did this. What do I do?
to fix. Hey, crazy day.
company. not. How come you don't tell us anything?
Transcripts, thank you. Just being retrieved. Ms. Levine, you may continue.
Thank you very much.
Can I ask a quick question? Can I ask a quick question? I'm confused on that. No? No. Okay.
I'm sorry, you just listen along with everyone else to the tape recording of conversations as they were of Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli in the vehicle after the arrest, correct?
I did.
Okay. Now, there were certain portions of that transcript, or there were certain times when you simply could not hear what they were whispering. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you said, I believe yesterday, that your intent, well, let me ask you this. One of the primary purposes of arresting them together and putting them in that vehicle, shortly after you had informed Ms. Sementilli that she had been cleared of everything, was to see how she would react, correct?
Correct.
You already had enough evidence involving Mr. Baker that he had committed the murder in this case, just based on the DNA evidence.
I had enough evidence for both. I've already secured the Ramey warrants.
Okay. So you secured arrest warrants, which means in your mind, and signed by a judge, there was probable cause to arrest both Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker.
Absolutely.
And you're aware that probable cause is not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. You just have to have suspicion, strong suspicion, correct?
Probable cause.
I'm sorry?
Okay. And
That would be sustained. The answer's already in. It's true.
And the only reason you had not arrested both Mr. Baker and Ms. Sementilli before is you were hoping to get more evidence than you had already had, correct?
It's cumulative. Sustained.
So you put him in the vehicle. That's all staged, correct? The manner in which it was done.
The manner in which it was done, yes.
And you made sure that they were both arrested together, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And tell us again what efforts you made to be able to actually hear everything that was said in that vehicle, including parts where they might be whispering?
Sure. So what we did was we intended to put two, for lack of better terms, whisper recorders.
Can I interrupt you a second? You did put them in, right?
Well, we intended to put two, but only one went in.
Okay.
Sorry.
Go on.
Okay. So we intended to put two in the back of the police vehicle. One in the backrest, and then one on the little wall in front of them where their mouths would be. And that's what was. And at the end of the day, only one of them was put into the vehicle, and that one was inadvertently turned off instead of turned on.
All right. Let's go back. This was an event that you had planned for some time, correct?
Yes.
And had many officers involved, correct?
At various times.
Okay. And you could have arrested Ms. Sementilli and Mr. Baker at any time that day or thereafter, correct?
Well, the way I was working my case, I wasn't prepared to do it until that time.
Okay. But you had plenty of time to arrange for the vehicle they were going to be placed into to have the proper listening or hearing devices, correct?
Yes, we did.
Had they been tested before you arrested them?
We brought the technician out to turn the microphones on so that nothing would hopefully go wrong. And unfortunately, the technician messed up.
And messed up by not turning it on, or it didn't
Yes,
work, or what?
Well, since you asked, I'll explain.
I'm sorry.
So what happened was,
Please.
what happened was we had time. We took the black and white down to our TID technical division because they're the experts on all this stuff, and they're the people that we use to do all of our recordings. So we brought it down there, and we met with the technician and the technician's supervisor. The technician was very new on the job, but the supervisor was also there, and we explained in detail what we wanted, where we wanted the microphones, where we wanted the camera, and went over it thoroughly. There was like no doubt in our minds, and they were like, got it, Roger Dodger, no problem.
Could I interrupt you? How did you know? Had you done this before?
Set up microphones?
Yeah, where and
Oh,
how?
yeah.
Okay, go on.
I mean, throughout my career, I've done it many times.
Okay.
And we rely on their advice too. Like I may say, I want a microphone here, and they may say, well, actually, it might work better over here. So it's
Well, that's why I asked if you had done this before in a
Yes.
police vehicle with suspects in the back seat.
Yes.
And did that not inform you as to where to put the microphone?
Yes, I was just giving an example. It's a collaborative effort, but we
Okay.
told them where we wanted them. But they may say it's better a little to the left, to the right.
Can you
So-
do you recall what happened on this day?
Yes, I recall what happened. We told them exactly where we wanted them.
Okay.
The technician, new guy, supervisor, new supervisor, but seasoned, a very seasoned technician, got it. So of course, at that point, we rely on them, to get the thumbs up to install them. They install them that evening. The next morning, Curtis picks up the black and white, and we instruct the technician to come out to the scene before we actually go do this traffic stop to actually physically turn on, they're called eagles, to turn them on. Because when you turn them on, there's a little red light, but we didn't want the officers to be responsible for having them turned on or off. Because what they do is they turn them on, and since they're surreptitiously hidden, they turn it on, the red light comes on, then they put a little piece of electrical tape over the red light so that someone doesn't inadvertently see the recorder. Common practice. Again,
Done it many times.
I'm sorry?
You've done it many times.
Many times. So the new guy, that evening, unbeknownst to us, takes it upon himself to take the eagle apart, disengage the red light, and then put it back together. So then when he went out that day to turn it on, he didn't know what was on and what was off because there's nothing to indicate it's on. So it inadvertently turned off.
How'd you find that out?
Afterwards, when we went down to meet with him.
After you tried to play it back?
There was nothing to play back. So what happens is, after the recording's done, the technician comes out, recovers the recorders, takes them back to the office, and then they download the information. So the next morning when we came in to go pick up the recordings, they said, we got bad news. Bad news is what I just explained to you. And that's how they explained it to us. And we said, oh, okay, well, that sucks, but what about the other recorder? How'd that one do? And they went, what recorder? What are you talking about? So it was a huge screw up. It was a huge screw up. And
But you never did a trial run with before they were put in the vehicle or before the whole arrest went down to see if anything was working. I take
no,
it.
no, not that day.
Okay. And you didn't find out till afterwards that you were not able to obtain the results of whatever they were saying.
The next day.
And there was no way to listen in during the time as you were doing with the other conversations to hear what they were saying?
No, the only microphone that was live was the one on the front dashboard with the camera.
All right. So, unfortunately for everyone, no one knows now what was said between them in the whispering that was not picked up. Fair
Only
statement?
Monica and Rob.
Absolutely. Now, after that, your ruse continued, did it not, after they were arrested?
More detail.
Well, they were both placed under arrest for murder, correct?
Correct. That was not a ruse.
That was not a ruse, obviously. And they were still, they were placed apart, correct?
That's normal.
Yes. And as far as Ms. Sementilli was concerned, you or other officers under your direction continued to lie to her about what was going on, correct?
Regarding what?
Well, you told her that Mr. Baker had confessed to everything.
I don't remember saying that.
You remember any of your other officers saying that?
I don't recall that.
You don't?
No. I mean, you can refresh my memory. That's fine. But I
All
just
right.
don't recall
Well,
it.
perhaps after lunch, I'll just
Okay.
take the
Yeah.
time we have.
It's been 7 years, so I could miss that, but I don't recall an officer saying that Baker confessed.
Did you prepare a police report of your arrest in this case?
Yes.
Okay, and documenting that some of the tapes did not work accurately, is that right?
I don't know if I put that in there because it's not necessary for an arrest report.
Did you put in the arrest report what you were able to overhear yourself?
As far as the Perkins, I may or may not have.
I'm talking about, I thought you were listening to contemporaneously to what you could hear.
I was.
Did
I
you-
may have, and I may not. I put enough in the arrest report to satisfy the probable cause.
Okay. Satisfy the grounds for the arrest.
Correct.
And then they were put in a cell, and did you have a plan at that point how to obtain even more evidence, if you could,
Yes.
as to Ms. Sementilli?
Yes.
Up to that point, you had nothing indicating, let me rephrase that, she had never indicated to you verbally or anyone else that she had participated in the murder of her husband. She had not confessed to that.
Verbally, she did not.
Okay. I know you believe other evidence shows that. We'll get to that.
Okay.
But verbally, she had not. Correct?
Correct.
And it was still your goal, if possible, to get her to confess, correct?
I always try to gather evidence as long as possible.
Limited to this case, did you have a plan to attempt to continue to lie to her or a ruse in order to hopefully get her to confess?
Yes, there was a plan to continue the ruse while she was in the jail cell.
All right. And can you tell us briefly the first thing that was part of the plan?
I'm sorry?
Tell us what the plan was.
The plan's a very standard plan.
Just tell us in this case.
Okay. In this case, same as every other case. What we did is we, in this particular case, had a LASD sheriff, female, work in undercover capacity, and she worked at our direction to sit in the cell and have a conversation with Monica. We gave her a general outline of the case so she would be aware of where the conversation was going and so she could pick up on cues that we were looking for.
You told her what you wanted her to obtain, if you could.
We just wanted her to talk about the case.
Well, did you tell her that you believed Miss Sementilli was having an affair with Mr. Baker?
Oh yeah, we told her that. That's The details of the case.
Okay.
We didn't tell her what to ask. We just gave her the details of the case.
Was she someone who had performed in this role before, if you know?
Oh yeah, she was very experienced.
As posing as a suspect in a cell in order to hopefully get a real suspect to talk.
She did it all the time.
Okay. Very experienced.
Very experienced at it, yes.
Were you listening to their conversation?
Yes.
So at times you were able to interrupt it or in some way speak to her about maybe you should try this, maybe you should try that, this is not working, anything like that?
No.
Did you talk to her at all during the entire period that she was in the cell with Monica Sementilli?
I don't believe I did. There is a possibility I could have, but my recollection is not at all.
But there were times while she was in the cell with Ms. Sementilli that it was interrupted by an officer coming to the cell, correct?
At my direction, yes.
And at your direction for what reason?
To stimulate conversation and to also get the passcode. So it was a combination of getting the passcode, but also mostly to stimulate conversation, to give the UC a reason to talk about something rather than bringing something out of the blue that she would never know.
Okay. And did you inform Ms. Sementilli that Mr. Baker had in fact confessed to the murder and everything involving the murder, had confessed to her being involved, and you just wanted her to clear it up?
Objection to asking.
So ruled.
Yes, no. The answer is no. I don't recall doing that, saying those words, or words to that effect. I don't remember saying that. So, no, I don't recall it. Like I said, you can refresh my memory, and if
Okay.
it happened, it happened.
Do you recall instructing, you had a partner with you that day or not?
I did, but he was, I was, yes. Short answer is yes. Long answer is, for that day, I partnered up with Detective Parshell. He was listening with me. And my partner, Barry Tellis, was handling Baker's Perkins operation. They were happening at the same time.
Okay, so there were two Perkins operations going on.
Correct.
Okay, let's limit this to Ms. Sementilli's.
Okay.
Was there any instruction on your part to have someone, some officer, Parshell or someone else, go to the cell and inform Ms. Sementilli that Mr. Baker had confessed, they knew everything about what happened and they just needed her to clear it up?
I remember Parshell going, by listening yesterday, Parshell went up and said that there was no doubt it was you. I'm sorry, there was no doubt it was Baker. But I don't remember the word saying that he confessed. He may have, but I don't remember it.
He may have said that.
He may have, but I don't recall. I don't remember hearing it yesterday.
Okay, okay. And again, all this is designed as part of the ruse to get Ms. Sementilli to confess if you can.
It's to gather information.
Okay. So how long was Ms. Sementilli in the cell with this, you said trained deputies?
I didn't say trained. I said experienced.
And when you say experienced, does that mean that she had acted as a Perkins officer in the past?
Yes.
You know how many times?
No. Numerous. She was
Very
numerous
successfully, too, I might add, right?
times. I don't know.
Okay.
That I don't know.
Well, you used her again because she thought she was effective, correct?
I used her again?
Well, did you use her in the past?
No.
How'd you know she was experienced and had done this before?
Okay. So my partner is very good friends with LSD Homicide and all the people there. So he, through his contacts in LSD Homicide, heard that they use her often and that she was very good. So through my partner's contacts, we reached out to her, and she looked physically good for the part, and we heard her experience was good, so we used her.
And what was the part that she looked good for?
Cellmate.
Okay. Pretending to be someone else who had been arrested on some other crime.
Yes.
And when you said she was good, does that mean that she had secured confessions in the past?
I don't know the
Sustained.
All right. So you heard yesterday, I believe, we played the Perkins tape recording.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And I take it, unlike with the car, it accurately picked up everything that was said, as far as you know, between the Perkins officer and Ms. Sementilli, correct?
It sounded like it did, yes.
Okay. And at the end, Ms. Sementilli indicates that she had an affair with Mr. Baker, correct?
Yes, she said words to the effect that he was, her everything and
Okay.
confidant and all that stuff.
And talked about cheating on her husband, but that he's still a wonderful man and amazing, and she loved him and so forth.
I
correct?
remember that.
But at no time during that entire, how long was it? A few hours?
I'd guess 2 hours or so, somewhere in there.
Did she ever indicate that she had participated in the murder of Fabio Sementilli? Did she ever say that?
No.
Is this a good time to break, Your Honor?
Very good. We'll be in recess until 1:30. The admission applies. Have a good lunch.
All right. Good time for them
See
to
you
go to
1:30.
lunch. They've already muted themselves. Yeah, so when I came back, I immediately was like, what am I listening to? Who is this? What's going on? And I quickly figured out that it had to be the defense now talking to him. Because they were going after him. And I'm like, calm down. Like, you can't, it's not a good idea. No matter what side you're on, you don't need to go attacking police officers or anything like that. It's just, there's no point to that. And he wouldn't stop, I felt like. I mean, it wasn't like ridiculous, but he just was doing it so much that there's no way that it was the state doing that. But yeah, I enjoyed his testimony though, because nothing could shake him. He just continued on. This guy would try to say something or be a certain way, and he would just keep going. So good for him. He's probably seen a lot in his career, probably a little bit more numb to all of that. So I'm going to check really quick to see if he was the only one I missed. It was just the two. Yeah, it was just the two. Cool. But yeah, I thought he did a great job. Of course, there they are setting up for this whole thing. They've been taking notes. They've been tracking them, following them. They want to get them on a specific night. They have the car mic'd, and then it all falls apart. That has to be so frustrating. These things happen, but I would imagine in situations like that, when it's for really important things like a murder, that has to be so frustrating to hear that the next day. Let me read through some of the texts that I missed. Cleaned up the recording. When they played the cleaned up the recording, was that so you could actually hear them and more of what they were saying? Did the state rest? I don't know when the state is going to rest. I think this trial is still 2 weeks out from people resting. I mean, maybe next Friday, but this is a very long trial happening. Not much better. Oh, the heavy breathing. Yeah. Nope, I don't want to listen to that again. I feel like the audio clip that I played, which is from one of these times of them being in a vehicle together, I think that's the best one. And it's not even that long, but it's pretty to the point. Like, it shows them talking about all these different things, whispering to each other. And so even so there's audio and heavy breathing ones, it's like, well, we got a good one with the other one, so we don't need to keep dealing with the heavy breathing. I just want to know when Baker is going to show up. I wish they would like put out the schedule so we could choose when we're going to be there and be watching. I mean, I'm here anyway. We're going to watch it all, but we could be 2 weeks away still from having Robert Baker come in and testify. Oh. Yeah, I felt like Monica breathing like that was like panicking, like not able to catch her breath, panicking because she didn't think that she was going to be arrested. That's how I felt about that. Like, I don't look at it as a good thing at all. It's gonna be interesting. Gonna see if they put his name on the screen when he came up to testify. No, they did not. They gotta pull it together. Court TV does that. Oh, sorry. There's so many more comments. She was screaming, "I can't breathe." You know, for this type of trial and like how it's been going on for quite a while and everything that we've heard, I feel like the jury most likely is sitting on their verdict right now. I mean, even just in the opening statements, the state prosecutors took a day and a half to pour on all the evidence and do all of the things. And this is going on the third week if we're going to do business days. Third week. I bet you they have their answer and they're going to have to sit here for a couple more weeks until they can finally just say what they're thinking. Kathy, were you saying she was screaming, meaning your Italian mother, or was it Monica? I don't know. I thought Monica's reaction earlier, there was a part with the other person who testified, and she made a joke, the lady who was testifying, and the courtroom laughed. I laughed. I thought it was funny. And Monica's face was just nothing. And I was like, oh, well, she is not faking it today. She's not going to fake smile and do all of that. So I thought that was good. Oh, it was Monica screaming that she can't breathe? I might have to go watch. I'm gonna pull it up on my other computer. So this break, I'll have that to do. Well, if she's screaming she can't breathe, she clearly can breathe. I am almost finished with the first day video of the sleepwalking twin murder. That's what we'll be on later this evening, catching up with. Very interesting. Like I said earlier, I'm trying not to be biased and have my own mind made up before I even hear it all, but I'm a little skeptical right now. Well, I have it ready to play, so I'll listen to Monica at some point today. Just skip over all the breathing parts of it. Okay. We have about 50 minutes. It's good. I'm gonna take a quick break. I have to make a work call, but I should be back soon. Maybe get more coffee. I have a couple other things going on here that I need to check on, so I'll be back. Just be working on the other computer. Alright. Move myself to the corner so I'm not taking up the entire window. Alright. I will be right back in just a couple minutes. Sorry, I took that away for a minute. I might have to do it again, but let me try to fix my video. All right, I have to make a quick call, so I will be taking my phone back down just a second. I guess this is a good time. The 25th, the morning of the 25th, I will not be on. I have a surgery that day. I'm supposed to call and confirm. So I'm going to go ahead and do that right now, and I will be right back on. I'm not sure how many are currently on right now since we're on a long break, but Zachary Hughes, his dad ended up giving a victim impact statement today. If this was yesterday, I mean, I was on all day yesterday for all this stuff, and I didn't see this yesterday. So I'm going to go ahead and put it on in here because we have quite a while till they're back. So maybe it's something you want to watch. Hopefully it is. Or you could just turn the sound off. It won't be that long. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the opportunity to speak a few words on my son's behalf.
That was so loud in my, oh my God, my headphones. Okay. Let me turn it down. Sorry if that was way too much for everybody else too. Make myself smaller. This is connected to the interview I'm doing tomorrow or Sunday. Just saying. All right, we're good.
The trial is over. A verdict's been rendered, and we accept that. But what I want to speak to, because I understand this is the sentencing phase of the trial, where you have some parameter of your sentence. My son is probably, in my lifetime, and I've run into some pretty amazing people, and this is going to be seen as a bias from the father, but he has got such a strong moral compass and fortitude and desire for the truth in his life than really anyone I've ever met. He actually eclipses a lot of those things that I aspire to myself. It's what makes his music so incredibly meaningful, because as a musician, and there are some world-class musicians sitting here today, colleagues of Zach's, what makes a musician's art come through is what's the essence of who they are. It's not something you can fake. When you hear it, you know it's a fake. When you hear music that causes people in a room to weep, you know it's coming from something inside that person that you cannot describe. Zach was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth. I want to tell you that. I taught all of my children, Zach being the oldest, the value of hard work. He might have been the only person at Juilliard to show up without manicured fingernails and calluses instead. He worked hard. I pushed him hard. Fathers and parents tend to do that with their firstborn child. And maybe I pushed him, a little hard at times, but it made him the man he is today. I want to address something, and Mr. Wilkins?
Just address the whole thing. I'm sorry, just address the whole thing.
That Zach is a cold-blooded killer. I am sorry. Zach wrote his mother and I a letter delivered to us through his attorneys approximately a month ago. In that letter, he described basically what he did in that chair over there, only in a little more detail. Why he did what he had to do, what he felt he had to do. You heard him say in that chair, he wasn't going to go on a cruise ship to Bora Bora, where he was headed, and look himself in the mirror at night after playing beautiful classical music for rich people. He couldn't do that. Zach has been brutally honest in his life. So much, sometimes to the detriment of his own career. Everybody in the piano world wants to be a soloist with an orchestra. Whether it's a very small amount of room on the head of that pin, and that's where he was headed. But he had people in his life, donors, rich benefactors, who made demands of him artistically in exchange for their financial benefit, and he walked away from it to the detriment of his own career. Why do I bring that up? He has such a strong moral compass and a desire for the truth that sometimes he actually hurts himself. His friends here, all these people in this courtroom for the last 2 weeks have been here day in, day out. Some as far as from Seattle, Washington. They're here because they grew up with Zach in the music world, and they saw something in him they didn't see in anybody else. He has got a loyal circle of friends that I never had. I told my kids when they grew up, if you, at the end of your life, you end up with 2 or 3 people in your hand that are really there for you, that's the guy I want in the foxhole with me. Consider yourself lucky. Zach's got a dozen of those. Why? Bettina, I'm sorry for your loss. I'm not supposed to mention her name. I'm sorry. But I want you to know, Zach had felt compelled to do what he did because of what he would quote Edmund Burke on this. The only thing necessary for evil to prosper is for good men to do nothing. Okay. His desire for the truth and his truthful telling of what happened. I mean, he sat there and he didn't hold anything back that would benefit his portrayal to this court. He's just as brutally honest with himself as he is with other people. He has no criminal record whatsoever before this event. The only thing I know of is an outstanding traffic ticket in Italy somehow he rang up when he was there with Mello. And bars in the detention center, where he's been for 3 years. He's been an exemplary inmate. Have told him that they were going to come to this trial to support him. When you gain the silent respect of law enforcement officers, they see something in you. They see it all. And they see a guy that's respectful for 3 years without a single incident. I think that counts for something. So I'm just here. I'll wrap it up. As you determine your sentencing, I would ask you to consider what type of man he is. And take that into consideration. I love my son. I'm proud of my son. Thank you, Your Honor.
That was very interesting. Sorry if any of you were here and you didn't want to watch it on this break. I didn't give you a choice. I was curious myself. So he said that it came out it came out today, but he said that yesterday before sentencing because he was sentenced last night. Well, the first thing I noticed listening to his dad was they talk similarly. And I thought that maybe Zach, I don't know, you try to get a read of people when they're on the stand, and he seemed a little bit like closed off, maybe awkward. But his dad in the beginning talked very similar to how he did, so I think that's interesting. I think it all just falls apart though. You know, he can, and obviously, like, verdict is already in and it's already done. He's sentenced. But he could tell the truth as much as he wanted, which is important. Tell the truth. Not a million times because there's a pending case and then get it held in contempt of court. I'll end that rant. But there's a way to have a civilization have their process. In America, here we are. We're a civilized country. We have our process. You have to follow the rules. And I know in rare situations, sometimes it doesn't always work that way. And then there's a detour and it happens. But he chose to do this without the process. He took it upon himself to be the decider and the executioner and just merge it all together, and that's that. And it's like he couldn't have made that call. You're not allowed to make that call in this type of society. You needed to have facts, proof, which is why that wasn't supposed to be all the things he kept bringing up. That hasn't been proven factual yet. So he wasn't supposed to bring it up. He kept doing it, but he wasn't supposed to because everyone is guilty until proven that they're not. I'm sorry. Everyone is innocent until proven that they're guilty. So I think he just merged all of his feelings and, you know, his dad kept saying about the truth and this is how he is. Just, he's very truthful. He wants everyone else to be. He is even that way with himself. And that's one thing, but you took it a step further to decide what actions should be done, and then you carried out the actions. And it's just not how it works. I'm glad I saw that, though. I was saying right before this, so it has to do with my interview I'm doing this weekend, but I need to collect a lot of information like that for this interview. So I'm glad that I happened to stumble upon it and waiting for Monica's trial, and I was enjoying who was on Monica's trial just right before they went to break. So this has been a very good working afternoon. We should be getting close. Let's see. D6. We have 4 minutes if they come back on time. I have the twin sleepwalking day one murder trial ready to go for this evening. Trying to decide a time that would be a good time to have everyone watch. It doesn't help when we're all in different countries. I'm gonna set it for 8 my time. It's 4:24 my time. So maybe somewhere in there, or maybe just like a little bit further back. It's not gonna be horribly long. It's not like they haven't been filming the entire days for the trial. They're filming clips. So I went and I took all the clips and made them into a day format so we can actually just watch it all instead of having to open like 50 tabs or something. But I did see day one and their dad took the stand. So I'm very curious to know what he had to say. Because it seems like the family's saying, no, he's sleepwalking and he does crazy things and that's what happened and that's how he killed his sister. And they don't believe that he did it on purpose. It's going to be a very interesting case. Very interesting. All right. Well, they are taking a very long time to come back from their extended break, which we knew that might happen because the judge earlier said he was dealing with issues with another case. So I'm going to go ahead and wrap up this live, but I will check back in if there is any more testimony or anything that's important at all. I will make sure I do a part 2 and you can watch whenever you're able to. And that way we're not sitting here for another who knows how long and, you know, waiting on them to come back for 3 hours or something crazy. So, but if you've been here most of the day, I appreciate you. It was a good day. I feel like this was an okay Monica day. Got some more details and got to hear more from the different officers. And then this morning got to talk to you guys about the new trial that's coming. And that is with the Kelly Bryant mom who abandoned her 3 children in Michigan. That's one. And then we're doing the one tonight. We're doing the first day of trial for the twins who the brother murdered his twin sister. And they say it's because of sleepwalking. I have it all ready to go. I'm going to put it on probably in 4 to 5 hours. We'll watch it live, go over what we think. We'll have to see if we think we believe him or not. So, all right. Thanks for watching.